Kreditet rég szereztem. Jó, hát téged még megvárjuk. Most a Labi van egy hosszabb a Magyar Péter ilyen szalamos estél. Olyan még itt vagytok. Ha jöttek volna. Jaj, kézzel fogva. Hát ott lehet. De nem gáz. Tegnap nagyon most nekem és tényleg csak az és a annyi mennyiség volt és az egyik olyanok voltak végül, és akkor egy állandóan több a fiamat, és saslikotték, és saslikotték.
Ezek influencerben ül, ugye? Tudok kell menni a negyedikre. Hát ez
csak.
das now reached the stage of the evening where we can turn to the politicians for their reaction to the first estimates and seat projection. Allow me now to welcome on stage then the leaders and representatives of the political groups of the European Parliament, who will give their short statements. They will join me on stage in reverse order of the size of their current group in this legislative term, from the smallest to the largest. Please note that we only have a few minutes for each statement, followed by 2 short questions from you. If you are asking a question, I would ask you to move to one of the microphones in the aisles near the stage. So let me start. If I could invite Mr. Mark Botenga, representing the Left group, to come on stage.
Good evening, bonsoir. Je vais parler en français pour ceux qui ont besoin de traduction. Tout d'abord, merci d'être là. En cette soirée importante, je pense que nous voyons en Belgique évidemment une participation importante. Nous le voyons aussi un tout petit peu en augmentation dans le reste de l'Europe et c'est important. Par rapport à notre groupe, pour y arriver tout de suite, nous voyons que dans certains pays, nous avançons de manière importante. Je pense à la Finlande, je pense à la Suède, je pense à la France et j'espère pouvoir penser aussi à la Belgique. Je vois des bonnes projections aussi pour l'Italie. Donc nous sommes positifs par rapport à cela, de voir que dans un nombre de pays, nous avançons. Au niveau global, nous espérons au moins consolider évidemment notre présence ici au sein du Parlement européen. Parce que d'autre part, nous voyons effectivement, et je suppose qu'il y aura des questions là-dessus, une avancée importante de la droite dure, de l'extrême droite, dans différents pays européens et probablement aussi au sein globalement de ce Parlement. C'est évidemment une conséquence, on a eu cesse que de le répéter, de politiques menées, politiques européennes, mais politiques aussi au niveau national par les partis traditionnels, qui ont imposé des politiques et des cures d'austérité qui ont, pendant de longues années, et je ne parle pas uniquement du dernier mandat évidemment, imposé des problèmes, des coupes et des frustrations aux gens par rapport au transport, par rapport à l'enseignement, aux services publics, les soins de santé, et qui ont créé une colère. Et cette colère, on la voit aujourd'hui dans différents pays européens et elle s'exprime de manière différente politiquement selon différents pays. Et par rapport à ça, il serait important d'avoir un groupe de la gauche fort, consolidé, afin qu'on puisse effectivement être l'opposition sociale évidemment par rapport à la montée de l'extrême droite, qui n'offre aucune solution sociale aux travailleurs en Europe, mais aussi par rapport à des politiques qui ont créé un désastre social partout en Europe, des inégalités au sein des pays et aussi entre les pays. Et il serait important que notre groupe soit alors une voix pour les travailleurs, pour l'égalité, pour le social et effectivement pour une transition climatique juste. Je vous remercie, je suis évidemment ouvert aux questions.
All right, thanks Mark, thanks for that. Thank you Mark. We can go now, give you the floor if people have any questions. See one here, please.
Oui, Teresa Küchler, quotidien suédois, Svenska Dagbladet. Vous dites que vous allez faire la résistance la plus forte contre le droite dur, disons. J'imagine que déjà aujourd'hui, vous n'avez pas l'habitude de voter avec la droite dure ni de coopérer avec elle. Donc je me demande comment allez-vous faire maintenant, concrètement, pour faire cette résistance contre la droite dure. Merci.
Mais je pense que ce qui est essentiel, c'est de s'en prendre au terreau fertile qui a été créé pour la montée de l'extrême droite. Si nous n'arrivons pas avec une alternative de rupture sociale, si nous ne répondons pas à la colère des gens, mais que nous soyons là en disant « oui, mais bon, les gens sont en colère, mais ils ont tort, on va mieux leur expliquer », et qu'on ne prenne pas au sérieux cette colère qui s'exprime, et pas depuis aujourd'hui, mais depuis des années, alors nous allons perdre cette bataille. Et cette bataille, vous le dites ici au sein du Parlement, évidemment, nous aurons des alliés, mais elle va surtout se mener, elle va devoir se gagner en dehors de ce Parlement, dans les différents pays, sur le terrain, pour regagner ces gens qui aujourd'hui expriment une voix de ras-le-bol avec les politiques traditionnelles, pour leur montrer qu'une alternative de rupture à gauche est possible et nécessaire.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions in the room for Mark? You have to come up to the microphone. Approach the microphones at the front if you have a question. We'll just take... It's there behind you.
Bonsoir, Andrea Valdambrini, il Manifesto, Italian Press. On attend encore les résultats de l'Italie, en fait, mais ça va être très important. Et dans les groupes left, l'Italie manque depuis beaucoup d'années. Qu'est-ce que vous attendez en particulier de l'Alleanza Verde e Sinistra et quand vous allez valoriser aussi les contributs des eurodéputés du left contre aussi la droite italienne qui va peut-être avoir un grand risultato.
Ma io molto sinceramente spero innanzitutto che effettivamente le proiezioni che danno per adesso una presenza della sinistra italiana in questo Parlamento si concretizzano. Se quello mi sembra la cosa fondamentale e per ora sembra almeno che loro siano riusciti ad incarnare un'alternativa, cioè per la prima volta per noi, per il nostro gruppo sarà molto importante perché non abbiamo avuto una presenza italiana negli ultimi anni, quindi il ritorno di una sinistra italiana all'interno del nostro gruppo sarà fondamentale e sarà fondamentale appunto per quello che sta dicendo lei, per quella lotta lì, per dimostrare che effettivamente se vogliamo delle soluzioni sociali non sarà la destra dura, la destra radicale italiana, che d'altronde lo vediamo già con il governo attuale sulle pensioni e su altre tematiche, e quindi suppongo che sinistra italiana e i parlamentari che verranno, almeno si spera, porteranno quella voce qui all'interno del nostro gruppo, però più ampiamente all'interno di questo Parlamento. Ringrazio.
All right. I think we can leave it there. Thanks for your time, and don't hesitate to reach out to me or my colleagues in the left if you need anything during the evening. Thanks to Mark as well.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
So the next group I would like to invite onto the stage is the European Conservatives and Reformists Group, Ms. Asita Kanko, the Vice President of ECR.
Thanks a lot. I'm not going to bring this onto the stage, don't worry. Yeah, leave it there. Yeah. I'll keep it for...
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I would like to start by saying that when the true aspirations of citizens are ignored, when the change they need in society is not happening, and when nobody wants to acknowledge them, then it gives, unfortunately, more space to extreme movements. That's why we need to listen to the citizen. That's why I put a lot of hope in the upcoming Parliament. I would like to thank you all for being interested in the European Parliament. We don't have this opportunity every day. And I would like to thank you for being present tonight that late. What our hope is to have center-right policy in this Parliament to address key issues that really worry our citizens. What are these issues? Questions of defense, security, matters of migration policy, European values. These are all items that really are important for our citizens. So when they go to vote, they expect solutions. They expect us to find a way to actually understand them and solve real problems with concrete solutions. Unfortunately, many citizens are regularly disappointed. Today, we are waiting for the results. We don't have all the results yet in Italy, but also in Belgium. For example, we are waiting for the final results after 11 p.m. But we hope they will give us the opportunity to shape center-right policy, and that ECR will be part of a majority in this parliament to address key issues that are important for our citizens. Thank you.
You can have two questions. I see Pietro from ANSA.
Good evening, Pietro Guastamacchia, ANSA News Agency. The first word by Ms. von der Leyen tonight is that her group is the bastion against the extreme right. Do you think dialogue with the EPP and von der Leyen is still possible for your group?
So just to rephrase it to make sure that I understood your question, you are asking if working with von der Leyen will be possible for my group. Okay, well, we still need to have election results at 11 p.m. That's one first fact. And second, we have worked very well the past 5 years, including with von der Leyen. So depending on the program, we will see. But I don't see anything did not prevent us in the past to do so.
Thank you very much. And I see Andy from the FT.
Yeah, hello. Andy Bounds from the Financial Times. Do you think that the ECR group could become the third force? Are you looking at any extra allies, such as Viktor Orban, to join your group and push you into third place and give you a bigger stake in the parliament? Thanks.
I think there is a clear point also to be made in this parliament. It's not always when you are very big that you are the most powerful. And as I've been shown in a lot of coalitions in different countries, in fact, ECR has demonstrated quality of work and power in this parliament, despite being not one of the biggest groups. So having talented members who actually worked very hard. So when we look at what is going to happen after we have the results, the first priority, in my opinion, is not to become the biggest or bigger and bigger. It is to see how we can actually work as we are now and take into account the results of the elections. You know, it's important to take that into account because citizens have voted and we will see what kind of voice they want us to hear. And based on that, we will see how things will move on.
Thank you very much. I see more hands, but you are invited to come to our stand outside the hemicycle. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Kanko. Thank you, Michael. Indeed, there's only time for 2 questions per group leader. But do indeed, if you have other questions, and I'm sure you do, then go and find the group stands to the sides of the hemicycle. Thank you very much. I would now like to turn to Mr. Philippe Lambert, co-president of the Greens European Free Alliance.
Well, good evening, everyone. Shall I start already, or you want to introduce me? No, no need. Well, dear colleagues, 5 years ago, before the EU would go to the polls, many of you asked me this question. Truly, are the Greens still needed as a political force? Because so went the narrative. Every other political family has integrated climate in their programs. So that must be it for you guys. Well, 5 years on, the campaign provided a clear and definite answer to that question. Of all political families competing, only us, the Green CFA, made keeping our planet safe for humanity front and center. And we did that even against strong adverse winds in the public opinion, fanned by the far right, and I must say, by too many others too. And if you need any other proof of what I'm saying, look at the strategic agenda that the heads of states and government have drafted for the European Union for the next 5 years. Without a single Green around the table, the European Green Deal went missing. Well, tonight's result is certainly not a victory for the Greens. But you see, respecting the boundaries our planet is setting us is no hobby horse of ours. It is an imperative if we want humans to strive on Earth. It is an imperative if we want to give a future to all, and we have lost too much time already. So, here is my call to the Conservatives, the Social Democrats, and the Liberals. You may well have a majority between the three of you, but if you are looking for stability and for responsible policies in the next 5 years, embracing the various flavors of the far right cannot be an option for you. Despite our disappointing results tonight, we, the Greens, European Free Alliance, stand ready to take up our responsibilities. If we want our planet to remain inhabitable for human beings, the Green Deal must not just go on, it must expand. And if we want European societies to remain safe for everyone, more than ever, the democratic forces need to stick together. Thank you.
Many thanks, Philippe. We're going to take 2 questions, and I think we have Reuters in the back. Kate, please.
Well, I saw... Yeah.
Hi, thank you, Kate Abnett from Reuters. Do the projected election results mean the beginning of the end for the Green Deal? Is the next Parliament less likely to pass ambitious climate laws, or maybe even start rolling back some of the existing climate laws? Thank you.
Well, this was one of the major, if not the major issue that was at stake during this campaign. And indeed, the last few months of the previous terms demonstrated that indeed the majorities behind Green Deal legislation were becoming more shaky. Now, in my best dreams, I would want to attribute that to electoral fever. And I would hope that in the next terms, democratic forces will come to their senses and realize that indeed the European Green Deal is not only a must for Europe to do its part in saving humanity on this planet, but actually it is also a gigantic economic opportunity for Europe, and I would argue the only one that's left to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Philippe. We also have, I think, The Guardian. Jennifer Rankin.
Jennifer.
Oh, good evening. In 2019, you didn't vote for Ursula von der Leyen to become Commission President. Are you ready to vote for her now? You talked of taking up your responsibilities. Would you interpret that as a vote for Ursula von der Leyen? And what would you say to her to work with the Greens? How would you appeal to her to work with the Greens rather than the ECR?
Well, not sure I got the question entirely, but basically we're playing the ball, not the person. Not, in this case, not the man. In other terms, what will be front and center for us will be the widening, the deepening of the European Green Deal and the strengthening of EU democracy. This is really what is front and center. And I would hope that indeed, if the Council presents Ursula von der Leyen for a second term, that this will be at the heart of what she wants to achieve. But again, we will need to see commitments in order for us to support. But then again, let me put it this way. We will never play scorched earth policy. In other terms, for the sake of sitting comfortably on the balcony, we will not just put the bar so high that it is unreachable, but the bar is set basically by nature. The bar is set by nature, and we will need to go above. And so I would hope that indeed we will find a majority to do that in the next 5 years.
Thank you. I think we're wrapping up. Thanks. Yep. We'll be available throughout the evening for more questions. Thank you.
Are we done?
Thank you very much, Mr. Lambert. Thank you, Simon. Yes, unfortunately, we only have time for 2 questions per group, as I mentioned. Please go and find the groups outside the chamber to ask them your questions if you didn't get the opportunity now. So now I turn to Ms. Iskra Mihailova, the Vice President of the Renew Group.
Yep. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to be together with you tonight. First of all, I would like, on behalf of Renew Group in the European Parliament, to thank to the European citizens for their activity and support for the European Parliament. All their votes are very important for us. I'd like to thank also to the parties from Renew family who created a great campaign and who delivered very important messages to the European citizens. And I would like to thank to our voters, because with their support, Renew Europe is again the third political group in the European Parliament, third as a size, but also very important group in decision-making for the future European policy. So, the results from today's elections, the results from tonight, show that no pro-European majority will be possible in this House without Renew Group. We will be in the center of this majority. We will deliver our solutions, our program, and our expertise to the future work of the European Parliament. Despite of increase of the far-right political powers, we are the third group, and we still keep our values, and we insist that the European Parliament will continue working for the democracy in the United Europe, for the security of the European citizens, for the competitiveness of European industry, and for the rule of law, which is in the heart of Renew Europe group policy. And also, I would like to say that it is incredibly important to find the solutions to answer to the European citizens, because their expectations gave us very much, and they gave us the direction of development of our work for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Yeah, I see a few questions. Alice Hancock from Financial Times, please.
Hi, Alice Hancock, Financial Times. As you said, you could potentially be the third force in the European Parliament after the final result. What will your exact terms for backing Ursula von der Leyen for a third term be?
Well, what I can say is that tonight we celebrate and we appreciate the result of competitiveness of values. We do not speak about personalities. It is too early to talk about this, we think. In a very close future, in the second part of June, when our group will be constituted, the group will decide how to manage and how to work together with the pro-European majority.
And another last question, Yun Chi from Thomson Reuters, please.
Hi, Fu Yunqi from Reuters. How does President Macron's poll showing affect Renew Europe's agenda going forward? And in general, your losses, how is it going to affect Renew Europe's portfolio in the next Commission? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. It is between us. But first of all, I have to say, the decision of the President of France is not under the discussion in Renew Group. This is the internal national decision of the President of France. And secondly, I have to say that we congratulate our colleagues from Renaissance and from the liberal parties from France, which are the second parties after the elections. And also, I have to mention that we have increase of the support for Renew Group in the different member states. For example, in Slovakia, we are the first political power. So, the diversity in Europe is the diversity of Europe. The national decisions are national decisions, but the success of Renew Group is success of Renew Group.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have more time, but if you have any other question, we can answer to you in our stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mihailova. Clara. Next, we have Mr. Pedro Marques, Vice President of the Socialists and Democrats Group.
I go?
No.
Good evening, here in the room and online for the S&D press conference tonight. It's my pleasure to hand over to our S&D Vice President, Pedro Marques.
Thank you, Uta, and a good evening to all of you. Let me start by singling out the fact that we are here talking to hundreds of journalists from all over Europe. I want to refer to this because it is clear in a day of election like this one that celebrating the European democracy, it's also celebrating a European free press, and that's what I wanted to start. Now, celebrating democracy, hundreds of millions of Europeans went out to the polls, the biggest transnational election all over the world. We should celebrate indeed democracy when the citizens go out to vote, and we should thank the citizens that went out and went to vote today. But let us also remember and single out the risks for democracy that we stood in these elections and in this election process. This was a particularly challenging one for the democratic forces because of disinformation, because of violence, because of the attacks to democracy, because of the attacks to the rule of law in many countries. I want also to remember these facts. This being said, let's go to the results. Based on what we have up until now on results or projections, our group, the Progressives, the Social Democrats in Europe, we came out as the second biggest group in this European Parliament by far. We won in several countries, Malta, the Netherlands, Romania, Sweden. We had strong showings in many countries. Let me just, from what the numbers we have at this stage, in France, in Italy, in Spain. As I said, given all these threats to the democratic forces, I want to highlight the fact that we had a strong showing, we have a stable group, and we are by far the second biggest political family in this parliament. This shows that Nicola Schmid, our Spitzenkandidat, and us, the political family, the Socialists and Democrats, we have led a good campaign. The results of the Party of European Socialists, it's the endorsement also of our work here at the Parliament, the Socialists and the Democrats. We showed leadership, we showed concrete results. The results on the response to the COVID crisis, the Green Deal, the social dimension of this Europe of ours. These are concrete deliverables from this Parliament that also were concrete achievements that led us to these results today. As the second largest group in this future Parliament, we will enter the negotiations for the next term in a strong position that we will uphold towards the other groups. But of course, I want to congratulate Ursula von der Leyen, the EPP Spitzenkandidat, and EPP, of course, for their victory in these elections. They were the most voted of the groups, and this should be said clearly. And we, as you know, we respect the Spitzenkandidat in principle and the European Parliament's role going forward in the process of the formation of the institutions and its leaderships. The result of this election points out clearly to a pro-European democratic majority. We will be pivotal in using the strengths of our result to make sure that we get to this result, to this majority. And that is the challenge I want to highlight here. Where will the pro-European parties be when we start these negotiations? We can build a pro-European democratic majority, a pro-rule of law majority, and that's what we'll be fighting for in the weeks and months to come. We will work to shape the next mandate in line with, obviously, our democratic mandate that we got from the electorate, based on our manifesto, the rights of the workers, no pause on the Green Deal, investing in our economy, investing in affordable housing for the Europeans. And as I said, trying to build, making all possible to build a pro-European majority. It is not only in our hands, but it's certainly also in our hands, given the importance of our group. The continued support to Ukraine, the continued work for the rule of law in Europe, basic principles for this group, basic principles for this political family that we will continue to fight for now that this election is over. This is just the start of 5 more years for Europe. We want 5 more democratic years for Europe. No ambiguity regarding the far right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pedro. I would like to ask Elisa Brown from Politico.
Hi, Elisa Brown from Politico. So what do Dutch socialists want from Ursula von der Leyen in exchange for supporting her as Commission President?
Well, regarding the future Commission President, the results of this election, as I said, I already congratulated Ursula von der Leyen and the EPP family for coming first in this election. As I said, we fully respect the Spitzenkandidat principle and process, and therefore we will take that in account in the process going forward now. For us, obviously, it's about building a program for the Commission that it's important. It's about the policies that will be built, and it's around that our political family, that our party, that its leadership will determine the conditions to support the possible candidate to the presidency of the Commission. But the second very important condition, of course, is no coalitions with the far right. It's for us no coalitions with ECR and ID, to make it very clear.
Thank you very much. I would now like to ask Laura Zornoza from EFE.
Hi, Pedro. Laura Zornoza from EFE. You've just said that you are willing to regroup, to try and regroup the same majority that held during the last Commission. I was wondering if that majority needs to be broader, will you be asking the EPP to look to the Greens in order to build a stronger pro-European majority? Thank you.
Gracias, Laura. Thank you, Laura. Obviously, that's a very important question because, as I said, we want a pro-European, pro-democratic majority. So, obviously, we want that to be something that stands through the mandate, and that means that not just electing the Commission President, all the mandates in the Parliament at the beginning, but the policies that we want to implement. And yes, of course, progressive groups are important to us, and if we need to extend this coalition, it should be in the direction of the progressive groups, of the pro-European groups, and certainly not on the direction of the far right. That is absolutely clear for our political family, so you are right. If needed be, other groups should be called to the table, should be called to the negotiations, but democratic European groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Marques, Ute, thank you both very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, we are joined by Mr. Manfred Weber, Chairman of the Group of the European People's Party.
Good evening. Now the Manfred Weber, the chairman of the EPP group, has the floor. Chairman?
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much for your interest. First of all, it's a great day because Europeans voted for their parliament, the second biggest democracy, work today, and that's good. That's good news. The European People's Party is again the biggest group in the European Parliament. We won the elections. We are among the democratic center parties, the only one who increased the numbers of seats, and that's why I want to thank, first of all European voters for their trust, for their support for the European People's Party and the national parties. You know, our lead candidate is Ursula von der Leyen, the acting Commission President. I want to thank her. She did a great campaign. We presented as EPP a program, voted in Bucharest. We presented a lead candidate, a convincing lead candidate for the next 5 years. That's why our idea as EPP was always to have a democratic process, to have a democratic Europe. And again, as EPP leader, as president, I'm happy about this approach. We are proud about how we delivered during this election campaign on European level. Now the question is, can we form reasonable majorities for the future of Europe? And my question goes first to the other two main political families in Europe. Next to us as Christian Democrats, the second big party are the Social Democrats, and the third biggest party are the Liberals on European level. I invite both of them to join our pro-European, pro-democratic alliance, where we are together creating the fundament for the next 5 years. That will happen in the Parliament. That also should happen on the Council side, where we have 13 prime ministers and head of states and government in the EPP team. And in both chambers, in both institutions, we are asking now for the support of the other parties to respect the outcome of the elections. Those who are speaking a lot about saving democracy in Europe are now invited also to respect democracy in Europe, and that means to respect the outcome of elections, that Ursula von der Leyen becomes the next Commission President, that everybody acknowledges this and also supports this outcome of this democratic vote. Our message is also towards those who want to destroy our Europe. I said it during the campaign several times. The European People's Party is among the founding fathers and mothers of today's European Union. With Schuman, de Gasperi, Adenauer, Kohl and others, we created today's Europe, and that's why all those who want to destroy our Europe are our enemies, and we will fight against them. We will not allow them to have any kind of influence on the European level. I promised 2 years ago, when I was elected as president of the European People's Party, on the Congress of my party, and in my capacity as president of the group, I promised that this time we will win seats, because for now 3 elections in a row, the European People's Party lost seats in 2009, in 2014, in 2019. Now in 2024, we have a good chance that we are increasing the numbers of seats in the European Parliament as political family. So the idea, the proposal from my side, to come back to a party-based approach of doing European future policies really delivered. The idea to have an enlargement of the EPP group, to invite further members to join our family, really brought now fruits, and also the clear idea to be clear on content. What do we promise on content when it is about peace in Europe, when it is about economic growth, that also created now a good outcome for us. I and we as EPP will make sure that these content will be delivered in the next 5 years, will be implemented in European politics. So for us, good day today, and if you wish, I would be ready to answer some questions.
I have a question here from Enrique Cerveto, ABC.
Good evening, Mr. Weber. My question is about your invitation to the Social Democrats and Liberals to form a majority, and why did you not mention the Greens?
Well, for us as EPP, the starting point is a so-called platform. So we worked in the last 5 years on the base of EPP, Liberals and Socialists together to achieve important milestones for the development of Europe, the Green Deal, digitalization, a lot of issues. And that's also for this mandate now the starting point, that I invite Socialists and Liberals to confirm their readiness to work together. I see a lot of goodwill when I speak with colleagues individually, but concretely speaking, the next step is now that the Chancellor of Germany also confirms that he will present and propose Ursula von der Leyen as German candidate for the Commission. That's the first step. And then also that Emmanuel Macron is ready to confirm the support on the Council table, because that's the first institution to present a Commission President candidate. So we won the elections, and the only request in this moment of time is that the other big political families confirm that the winner can present then the Commission President of tomorrow. that's a starting point for today. We are today in the election day, election night. Allow me again to say that I'm happy that we won seats, that we are winning elections all over Europe. And now the offer goes to the three political families in Europe to work together and to achieve stability for Europe.
I have Katalin Halmai there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Katalin Halmai, Hungarian Népszava. After 3 years, you have a good chance to have a relatively big Hungarian delegation in your group. This is the newly formed TISA party led by Péter Magyar. I wonder whether this party meets your demands, being pro-European, pro-Ukraine, and pro-rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very specific question. You know, we have from a lot of countries all over Europe, individual parties and even individual members who are requesting to join the EPP family in the European Parliament. And that's great news for us. We are attractive. We are a group who is capable to involve the reasonable center-right people inside of the family. That helps us a lot to achieve results for the next 5 years. So that's why, again, the Hungarian case is one case among a broad variety of parties who wants to join. And on the concrete Hungarian question, I had a talk with Péter Magyar. We spoke already about the idea to join. First of all, seeing so many people going out in the street in Budapest and demonstrating for a European Hungary, and demonstrating also for a Hungary which is based on rule of law, fighting against corruption, is a great message. That's why I welcome very much their activities and giving the other side of Hungary, the other part of the Hungarian society, a clear voice. That is so much needed, and that's why in the next days we will continue our talks. The door for all those who are respecting our rules are open, and that also is the same for Péter Magyar and his movement.
Thank you very much. We don't have time for more because Mr. Weber has other compromises in live TV, but we will be back after in the corridor to answer more questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weber. Pedro, thank you. This now brings to an end the interventions by the political group leaders. Thank you very much.
Wir haben den Auftritt von der Leyen schon bei der Fahrt schon verpasst. Jetzt gerade.
où il y a vache tiny, le tapis vert, il y a le siège et les tables. Je préférais. Il y a AFD, juste là. Comme Phoenix TV, et Euronews. On parle à la Dora, mais c'est peut-être chez la régie. Le plateau Agora, pas où il y a. Sur le plateau Agora. Ouais, mais j'allais faire les photos de la place.
across the European Union are now officially closed, with some minor exceptions. Most member states have now communicated their provisional results. Madam President, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Europeans have cast their votes, and the world's largest transnational democratic exercise has now concluded. The first projection of the seats in the next European Parliament is now ready. The results will still need to be certified and confirmed, a process that will take some time, but this is the first realistic picture of the 10th legislature of the European Parliament. A parliament that will start working immediately. Already on Tuesday, the day after tomorrow, the political group leaders will come together for a first meeting of Parliament's Conference of Presidents, and there the group leaders will take stock of the results of the European elections with a view to the election of the next European Commission President and set out the roadmap for the constitution of the new Parliament. Over the coming weeks, political groups will need to be constituted and majorities will need to be formed in order to work on a political programme that will steer the direction of our Union for the coming years. In short, parliamentary work starts now. On the 16th of July, the new Parliament, the 10th legislature, will hold its inaugural session in Strasbourg. As President of this Parliament, I see these results today as a sign of trust from our people, for the Parliament to continue leading the European agenda for the coming 5 years, but also as a signal that we need to work even harder to reach people. Europe has voted, democracy is alive, and our Parliament will be one that is constructive and that will continue to work for all Europeans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. Now you will see the provisional results appear on the screen. So let me read them out. EPP 186, S&D 133, Renew 82, ECR 70, IND 60, Greens 53, the left.
No. There is a discrepancy between what you said, Jaume, and
No. Okay, sorry.
results.
Please take note of these results.
Fine.
EPP 186, S&D 133, Renew 82, ECR 70, IND 60, the Greens 53, the left 36, non-attached members 50, others 50. And now, President will take 2 questions, as it was the case for the group leaders, and will also be for the Spitzenkandidat. And who would like to take this first question? Yeah, Francesca, please. Maybe give your name and your media also to all others.
Francesca Basso, Corriere della Sera. Madam President, are you concerned about the rise of the extreme right, and what do you think will be the impact on the European Parliament?
Can you repeat the second part of your question?
And what do you think will be the impact of, on the European Parliament?
Okay. So, first of all, thank you. The next Parliament will be made up of 720 members. We will, of course, take stock of the result and the numbers of the groups, which should be more or less confirmed in the screen behind Jaume any minute now. 2 things we need to do. First of all, understand how people voted, who they voted for, and also realize the responsibility that citizens place on their representatives. In the next 5 years, we will be adopting decisions not only of an institutional nature, as in the beginning of this mandate, but also on issues that have an impact on citizens' daily lives. This has been a campaign that has focused a lot on that, whether it was in a discussion of security, whether it was discussion on the rule of law, on climate, on competitiveness, agriculture. I can tell you housing featured in a number of countries. So this would, I think, will be a balance between the impact of the result, but also a responsibility of the groups to come together to form a majority. In this Parliament, it doesn't work with a government and an opposition. It works with majorities. we can see that the constructive pro-European centre has held, and it is that centre that will be projected to build on the European projects that we need to work with.
And now, second question now. I see Marek, please.
Hello, down here. The microphone is on?
Yes.
Perfect. Marek Majewski, German press agency, DPA. Do you think that gains by right and far-right parties is connected to the Qatargate scandal and the fact that trust in European democracy has suffered from it? And would you call on pro-European parties to support von der Leyen? Thank you.
So first of all, I am very proud of the reforms that we introduced specifically because this European Parliament faced a number of challenges at the end of 2022, but the response of the Parliament was immediate, that integral reforms that were long overdue needed to be introduced in order for us to build the firewalls and sound the alarm if something like that had to happen again. This new Parliament is equipped with those new reforms. It has reinforced its rules, the rules on integrity and accountability. If you talk about the different types of rules that we have adopted inside the Bureau and by the whole plenary, this Parliament is now more effective and more open. And I want to see that as having been the determining factor of the reason why people voted in these elections and looked to the European Parliament, because this Parliament will continue to provide solutions for the next 5 years. But the responsibility is also on all of us who want to work together to build. What do we mean by build? By building majorities to deliver the best for our citizens. Citizens want solutions from us. They want an effective Parliament. They want a Parliament that delivers. Group leaders will start to meet, I'm sure, as from tomorrow. As I said, the Conference of Presidents will meet on Tuesday. The results will be discussed, majorities will be found, and then we will take all the necessary decisions that we have, starting at the Strasbourg session in July. Thank you.
Thank you, President. So my colleagues in the divisional unit now have a card, an hemicycle, which is updated compared with the figures that I just mentioned. So I would like to ask my colleagues to publish this new card, this new hemicycle, and I will read out these new figures. Thank you. Voila. So these are the good figures now. Sorry about that. So the EPP 189, SND 135, Renew 80, ECR 72 now, IND 58, Greens 52, the Left 36, non-attached members 46, others 52. Voilà, these are the provisional results right now. As you know, we will update these results on the website during the next half an hour, 45 minutes, and then we will come back here also at 12:30 with a new projection. In the meantime, you can also check the results country by country on our results website. Thank you very much.
Good evening again. The citizens of the European Union have not only chosen who will represent them in the European Parliament, but they also have chosen who will head the European Commission over the next legislative term. I would therefore like to welcome to the stage the political parties' candidates for the presidency of the next European Commission. Allow me to welcome Ursula von der Leyen for the European People's Party.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We will start with a short statement by the lead candidate, Ursula von der Leyen, and then we will have time for 2 questions. Madam President, you have the floor.
Good evening. Let me start by thanking the European voters who have participated in the European parliamentary elections for their trust. Today is a good day for the European People's Party. We won the European elections. We are by far the strongest party. We are the anchor of stability. And voters recognized our leadership during the last 5 years. Over the last weeks, I campaigned across Europe. I campaigned in 17 countries and 31 cities. I listened to worries and concerns, but everywhere I felt that the citizens really care about our union. And what I saw was a lot of confidence and trust in the European Union. I want also to thank all those in our EPP family in all our member states who worked so hard for this success. Now, this election has given us 2 messages. First, there remains a majority in the center for a strong Europe, and that is crucial for stability. In other words, the center is holding. But it is also true that the extremes on the left and on the right have gained support. And this is why the result comes with great responsibility for the parties in the center. We may differ on individual points, but we all have an interest in stability, and we all want a strong and effective Europe. So throughout my campaign, I've been working hard to build a broad and effective majority of pro-European forces. And this is why, as of tomorrow, we will be reaching out to the big political families that have formed the platform. This is SD and Renew. We have worked well together over the last 5 years. And therefore, we are now building on a constructive and proven relationship. I have always said that I want to build a broad majority for a strong Europe. I have demonstrated in my first mandate what a strong Europe can achieve. My aim is to continue on this path with those who are pro-European, pro-Ukraine, pro-rule of law, and as of tomorrow, this work starts again. To conclude, of course, this election does not take place in a vacuum. The world around us is in turmoil. Forces from the outside and from the inside are trying to destabilize our societies, and they are trying to weaken Europe. We will never let that happen. And that's why I fight every day for a strong Europe. And these election results show that the majority of Europeans want a strong Europe. So thank you very much for your attention, and long live Europe.
Thank you very much. We now come to the first question, which will go to Irene Zagadula from Greek TV.
Madam President, more gains and first place again for EPP. What does it mean for the next mandate? And secondly, are you confident that following the results, you can get the votes needed to have a second mandate? Thank you.
Yes. What means this result? It is about responsibility, indeed. And as I've said, we are the strongest party. We have achieved an overwhelming majority. But with this strong majority that we have, of course, comes the responsibility to initiate all the necessary steps to build a majority for a strong Europe. And this is what we're going to start to work on as of tomorrow. We have no time to lose. We have to build the bridges that are necessary, and we have to work together with those who are like-minded and who have the same goals as we and share our goals with them. So your second question, yes, I am confident, but of course I know that there's still a lot of hard work ahead of me. I'm happy to address this work. So, but I'm definitely confident what my running for a second mandate is concerned.
Thank you very much. Second and final question goes to Tom Meyer from the Standard.
Good evening, Mrs. President. I'm here. Madam. Well, we have heard that you will invite the Social Democrats and the Liberals for talks. And 1 or 2 hours before, we have also heard the leader of the Green Group who made an appeal that they would be prepared to share the Green Deal and talks. So can you imagine that you make the new program on a broader basis as before? And a small second question, do you expect that the head of state in the next days will confirm that you will be nominated for a second mandate? Thank you.
Yes, indeed, there are two different tasks to master. The one is, of course, to gather a broad support in the European Council. Of course, it is the decision of the heads of state and government, but I'm confident that I can gather this support in the European Council. And looking at the European Parliament, as I said, the work starts as immediately in a first step to reach out to those with whom we have had the platform over the last 5 years. And this platform has worked well. It was reliable, it was constructive, it was effective. And this is why, in a first step, I'm going to be reaching out to SND and Renew. First things first, let me do this first step, and then let's discuss the second step.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. von der Leyen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, allow me to welcome on stage Nicola Schmidt for the Party of the European Socialists.
Alors, c'est où?
Nicola Schmidt for the Party of the European Socialists.
Good evening. The European citizens have spoken, and it was again a very strong democratic moment for Europe, a unique moment for Europe, a showcase of democracy worldwide. Now, the election results are more or less known. And I want to start by congratulating the party, EPP, and also the lead candidate of EPP, who has the first position in the next European Parliament. It is clear that for us, we are open to a strong cooperation with all democratic forces in this parliament. We have said it at the beginning and we continue saying it. As the second largest group that maintain more or less its number of members of this parliament, we are ready to negotiate an agreement for the next years to make Europe stronger, to make Europe more democratic, to make Europe more social and economically strong, but also to make Europe more secure. I also want to thank all those who have put their trust into the social democratic project. I think that they have a very strong belief in a united Europe built on democracy and on solidarity. I'm also very happy that now the democratic forces seem to find their way to unite, to work together. So there is no place, no possibility for us Social Democrats to have a cooperation with those who want to dismantle, who want to weaken this Europe we have built since several decades. Now it's up to us to give citizens a clear message, a strong message, a message of hope. We have clearly said this message of hope is about social Europe. It's about a Europe that is aware and puts into force a climate policy that prevents catastrophes, as we are seeing nearly permanently in Europe and all over the world. It's also a Europe that has a strong economy in the international competition, but an economy that works for people, an economy that pays fair wages, that has good working conditions, but also that is geared to innovation, and also a Europe that is a Europe of security. We live in a difficult environment, a geopolitical environment. We have a war in Europe. Europe needs to build up its security, and not only external, but also internal security. So we have to face a lot of challenges, and we have to do it now in a democratic way, in a way where democratic parties show their ability to face the challenges and find the solutions citizens expect from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have time for two questions. The first question goes to Andy Bounds from the Financial Times.
Hello. You've just outlined what you'd like to see from the next Commission mandate. If you don't get that from Ursula von der Leyen, will you not be supporting her for a second term? And does that not just leave her open to working with those to her right? Thanks.
Well, I think I heard very clearly the messages coming from Ursula von der Leyen. So I am absolutely aware and confident that there is a readiness to work together and to find the right compromises, but also the right solutions. I think everybody has got the message out of this election. And it is important that now we sit together and we work on a solid, strong program, a program that responds to people's expectations. So I do not want now to speculate on any negative outcome. I'm confident that we are able together to find a way how we can govern Europe in a difficult time, and also in a time where expectations to this Parliament and to the future Commission are very high.
And for the second question, we have Philippe Jacques from Le Monde.
So you agree for this coalition to be created?
A bit louder, because I cannot hear you.
I was wondering if you asked the Ursula von der Leyen to open the coalition to the Greens now?
Please a bit louder.
I wanted to know if you want to enlarge the current coalition to the Green Party.
Well, you know, the position of the Social Democrats is very clear. We are open to all democratic forces, as we are close to all those who want to dismantle Europe, be it ECR or ID. But all democratic forces, those who share the values of Europe, those who want to build a stronger Europe, we are open.
Thank you very much, Nicola Schmidt.
All right.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. No, unfortunately, Valérie Hayé for Renew Europe Now could not join us tonight. So we have now, and we are welcoming on stage Bas Eickhout for the European Green Party.
Good evening, good evening. Almost good night, I think. First of all, I would like to congratulate Ursula von der Leyen with a very good campaign and a very good result. She came on top again out of these elections, and of course that also means something for the process afterwards, what we can expect. That's now in the hands of the Council, but I do think that we have seen a democratic process where a lead candidate from the EPP has won the elections very clearly, and I think that also should be reflected in the discussions in the Council, and that is certainly congrats to her for that. For us as Greens, I will not tell you a secret that, of course, we are disappointed by the number of seats that we are getting. To be very fair, this is mainly because of losses we got in Germany and France. We did also have some very good results if you look throughout Europe. First of all, really congratulations to our Danish colleague who were beating the polls and became biggest in Denmark. But we had very good results in the Nordic countries as well. Of course, also quite happy what happened in the Netherlands, although that was last Thursday. But we also have new entrances for the Greens in Croatia, Slovenia, Latvia and Lithuania. And we're still hopeful also to get more in the south. And also there, the entrance of the Greens in Italy, of course, is good news for us. So in that sense, clearly not happy with the total number of seats, but happy with the different results, which also reflects a better representation of the Green movement throughout Europe. For the future process, it's going to be very clear. The Greens are going to take a constructive and responsible role in this. I think the challenges for Europe are too big to play political games. If you look at what the challenges for Europe are, if you look at the future of our climate policies, the future of Europeans' security, and certainly also the future of Europeans' democracy, it is very clear that we need a stable majority in this House in order to deliver for the citizens on these elements. And we as Greens are ready to take that responsibility, of course, depending on a potential programme. But I think it is very clear that we are ready to take that responsibility. I'll leave it to that.
Many thanks, Bas. We have questions in the room. We first go to Niels in ANP. Hi, Niels.
Hello, Mr. Eickhout. What do you think, in light of tonight's results, will be the fate of the Green Deal? Do you expect EPP and Renew turn greener since the elections are over now? And will this be the price for you supporting a new von der Leyen Commission?
Now, let me be very clear. The Green Deal was in 2019 a programme also for our future economy. And if you now look at what's happening in the world, where also China, the United States are stepping up their game in this global race for green innovation, I think the biggest mistake we would do is now to abandon the Green Deal. Also for our businesses, they want predictability, they want clarity for the long-term future. And with that, for us, it's also very clear that any future programme, the Green Deal should be part of that. But it's also very clear that more needs to happen, certainly for our industry. If you look at energy infrastructure, if you look at the resource scarcity, if you look at investments that are needed for Europe, I think the continuation of the Green Deal as part of a new green industrial strategy is certainly one of those elements that we are going to discuss. And I also think that the future of our industry is something that should unite also the pro-European centre parties in this European Parliament to work on.
Thank you. We'll take a question here. Yes.
Oui. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Lisa O'Carroll from The Guardian. Just a very general question. You've lost 20 seats. You've been pushed from 4th place to 6th place behind both the ECR and ID. The public have lost confidence, you could argue, in the Green Party and your allies. What do you say to that?
Could you repeat the last part? Sorry, the acoustics are horrible.
The public have voted and they seem to have lost confidence in the Greens. You're 6th after ECR and ID, which is not a good look for your policies, is it?
No, I think I already said that we were not happy with the election results on the numbers, but I do think that if you are only going to look at the number of seats, then you are not doing justice to those countries where the Greens have increased their strength and are now also entering the European Parliament. As I said, like countries like Croatia, Slovenia, Latvia, there we have new entrances of the Greens. And in Denmark, the Greens have become the biggest party in Denmark. So on the basis of that, you could say that in Denmark, they are expecting more green policies. I think it's a mixed bag of the results. We are absolutely not happy with the numbers that we are getting. But of course, if you now look at the challenges that we are having as Europe, I think what we need to do now is create a stable majority in the centre of the European Parliament. And I do think that in order to get to that stable majority, we will have to look also at the Greens. And I'm just saying that we are ready to take our responsibility for that. And of course, the loss of seats is always a blow also for us. But at the same time, we do see our gains in other countries as well. So let's try to translate this mixed picture into a solid programme for Europe for the future to deliver on greening and socialising Europe.
Thank you very much, Bas Eickhout. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we will welcome on stage Walter Bayer for the Party of the European Left.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Bayer, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. The left has maintained its strength in this European election, this in an adverse atmosphere, and that means that we are in a position to continue to defend the values for which we fought in the electoral campaign. This is social justice. This is the right to affordable, decent, climate-adequate housing. This is the right for decent and secure jobs. This is the right to have to universally accessible public services. This is the right for a just transition to an ecological, sustainable economy. And this is the right of women for self-determination, for safe abortion. And last, and certainly not least, this is the right for peace. We have, in a number of countries, remarkably good results. We are particularly happy about that after a period of absence. The left in Italy comes back to the political scenery. We are proud about the results we have in Scandinavia and Northern Europe. And we are very happy about the results in Belgium. And there are other examples of a good showing of our party. It seems to be that there exists an agreement between the forces of the Grand Coalition, the European People's Party, the Social Democrats and Renew, to continue their alliance, their cooperation. We acknowledge this fact, of course, but it would be a severe mistake to misunderstand the outcome of the election as a carte blanche for continuing business as usual and to go back to the failed politics of austerity. I say this because these failed politics have created the breeding ground for the rise of the far right in a number of countries. I mentioned France, and I'm very unhappy about the fact that I also have to mention my home country, Austria, in which the FPÖ, which is a clearly neo-fascist party, managed to come out as the strongest party. As far as the left is concerned, we will continue opposing in the European Parliament anti-social neoliberal politics. At the same time, I want to be very clear on that we are available for any sort of progressive forces, for any sort of progressive reforms and cooperation with progressive forces which may yield to progress for the working people, for social and ecological sustainability, and for social equality. And in this way, we will try to work inside the European Parliament, but as well outside the European Parliament. Thank you for your attention.
And now we will take any questions as you want. Please.
Eddie Wax.
It's Eddie, right? Yes.
Save them from me. Hi, Eddie Wax from Politico. How do you view the rise of Sarah Wagenknecht's party in Germany? I mean, the Die Linke party has gone down. I think they're only going to get maybe 2 seats, but that party has done better than Die Linke. So what does that mean for the left?
I see the rise of the alliance Sarah Wagenknecht as one of the symptoms of the disillusionment of broad layers of the society with the current politics, with the politics of social degradation, with the politics of neoliberal downsizing of public services, particularly in the eastern part of Germany. But let me at the same time say that our member party is the Linke, and we are happy that they will be represented in the European Parliament and will be, of course, part of the left group.
Definitely won't be part of that group, right?
Pardon?
She won't be part of your group in the Parliament, right?
Die Linke?
No, Sarah Wagenknecht.
We don't know yet. Actually, the party has not decided on its political identity and also not on the alliances which it wants to join on the European level.
Any other question? Okay.
Thank you very much,
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Bayer.
Thank you very much.
So we have now finished the round of the lead candidates. We are expecting the next updates in a few minutes, around midnight. I thank you for your attention.
să dat pot să mă opun unei astfel de proces.
Please, we have a new updated projection, which is based on 23 provisional or final results, including Belgium, estimate for Poland, France, and Italy. Here is the updated hemicycle. Voilà, and this time is right. EPP 191, SD 135, Renew 83, ECR 71, IND 57, Greens 53, the Left 35, non-attached members 45, others 50. All national data will now be presented on the screen, and we will be here again with a new update of this hemicycle in more or less half an hour. Thank you very much. So as announced, we have an updated projection based on new results for Belgium, Bulgaria, Cyprus, Denmark, Germany, Hungary, Italy, the Netherlands, Poland, Slovenia and Sweden. Here is the updated hemicycle. So these are the latest figures for the EPP 189, for SND 135, for Renew 83, for ECR 72, for IND 58, for the Greens 53, the Left 35, non-attached members 45, others 50. And in a few minutes we will also see the internal composition of political groups by national delegations on the screens. Delphine.
Tomorrow we will hold a briefing here at 11 a.m. with the latest updates, and we will continue to update the results website until 3 a.m. and restart as of 8 a.m. This will then continue over the coming weeks so that everything is ready for the constitutive session of the next Parliament on the 16th of July in Strasbourg. There will be a first conference of presidents on Tuesday for a first assessment of the results of these European elections and the follow-up to them, including the first exchange of view on the election of the President of the Commission.
So this marks the end of our 2024 election night. I would like to thank all of you, members of the media, for all the great work you have been doing in informing citizens about this important European milestone. The election is over, but for the European Parliament, it is the beginning of the next legislature. Thank you again, and good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.